Hello! Welcome to another Saturday stream. Hope everybody's had a good week. Mine's been alright, honestly. Project at work is finally starting to wind down, so it's been really nice to finally check off all the last little things. It's been really nice. Let's see. So who do we have in the chat? We've got Martin from Retro Mac UK. Hello, welcome to the stream. TomTom Computing says, gotta love some BlueSCSI. Yes, indeed. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Clarjon1 Plus says, Mlem, hello, welcome to the stream. And Jack68K says, hello, I would rather solder in public than apply thermal paste in public. And see, the thing is, I'm extremely confident in my thermal paste game, so I'm okay. I'm okay with it. Also, this stuff is super cheap, and I buy a bunch of it for gags all the time. Pro tip. Jack68K says, I will study your technique. Well, I've got a couple of videos out there where you definitely shouldn't study my technique. Yeah, so today, I am soldering up a BlueSCSI, basically because I'm going to VCF SoCal next month, and part of my exhibit is going to be my 3D printer, but also I'm showing off my 3D printed cases, right, my test benches. One of them is going to be my Power Mac 7200/75, which if you don't know, about a year and a half, 2 years ago now, I bought this Power Mac 7200 on eBay for like $50, tested working. The seller puts it in a box with a couple of pieces of foam and some bubble wrap, and sends it to me. And basically no protection in the packaging. So I open the thing up, and it's just a wasteland inside this machine. You take the cover off, of course the back hinge pops, the back latch pops off, the top case, and then inside it's just little bits of yellowed plastic everywhere. It was a tragedy. It was an absolute tragedy. One I was hoping wasn't going to happen, but it's the nature of these machines, the 7100, 7200, 7300, the Quadra 650, the Beige G3 desktops, they all have really terrible plastics. Whatever the fire retardant is that Apple added to the plastics in that era, they just crumble. They just crumble. So what I ended up doing with it, and you can't really see it because it's on my table here. You can see the very edge of the motherboard right here, with the little Apple logo on it. But I've rehoused it in a 3D printed test bench style case, which is unique because the 7200 has its own power supply, which actually folds over the top of the motherboard when you open the case up. So it was a really interesting design to try and figure out. And then Garth Beagle comes along. I'm sure he'll pop up in chat in just a minute, and he's like, if you can do the same thing for Beige G3, I will send you an entire Beige G3 desktop and just make one for me too. And I'm like, sure. They're the same basic case, right? Yeah, no. The Beige G3 has been a complete nightmare to try and make a case for, but it is still a work in progress, and I'll probably figure it out at some point. Garth, if you're watching this stream, I apologize. I am still working on that case. I'll get to it, I promise. It's still percolating in the back of my brain. But one of the things is, of course, I'm taking this thing to VCF SoCal with me, and it needs to be functional. It does power on. It's fine if I turn it on here. The board's fine. But I need something to boot off of, and this is a lot of the Power Macs of this era, the cheaper ones at least, used IDE. And for IDE, you've probably seen me and several other retro YouTubers use something like this, which is an IDE, or an SD to IDE, right? You've got some power connectors on here, you have a big, 40-pin IDE connector, and then you just plug an SD card into it. And basically, this thing, these are super cheap, it just yeets the SD card onto the IDE bus as a hard drive. Piece of cake. These things are great. They're very compatible. They're super cheap. They're fast enough, honestly, for older machines. I've even gone up so far as to boot Windows XP off these things, and they've been good. Of course, on a Mac, especially a more premium Mac, you don't have IDE, you have SCSI. SCSI, Small Computer Systems Interface. Bane of retro collectors everywhere. SCSI was basically used in like 3 computers, the Mac, Sun workstations, and I think the Atari as well. Like the 16-bit Ataris had SCSI buses. Like the Amiga had IDE hard drives. Of course, all the PCs had IDE hard drives. You could get a SCSI card for a PC, but they're super uncommon, and they're kind of a pain in the butt to use. But a similar device was built by, I'm going to forget his name, Eric Helgeson, I think, called the BlueSCSI. This is the early version of the BlueSCSI. This is BlueSCSI V1. It's called BlueSCSI because it's built around this STM32 microcontroller that's nicknamed the Blue Pill. Hooray! Problems with these are that, you know, it's a very compact design, which is cool, but it's kind of a pain in the butt to solder up with all these tiny components. Also, it takes micro SD cards. You see the micro SD slot down here, which are just a pain to work with. And it's got some compatibility issues. What Eric sent me, and this is super cool, super cool of him, is basically a complete ready to assemble BlueSCSI V2. So the V2 is much larger. Most of this nowadays is just done at the PCB place you order it from. They just throw the components on and you know, do the SMD soldering for you. But you drop a. Now, of course, it's not based around the STM32 anymore. Now it's based around a Pi Pico, and the Pico gives you a bit more flexibility. I believe some of the features are that you can load multiple images off of your SD card onto the SCSI bus. Of course, SCSI is not a point-to-point bus, right? Like IDE, when you have one IDE channel, you can have at most 2 devices on it, right? Like you can have the master device, the primary device, and the secondary device. You know, on the cable chain master and slave, or cable select. On SCSI, every SCSI channel can have up to 7 devices, and I believe one of the party tricks of V2 is you can populate, you know, obviously, maybe not obviously, but the way SCSI works is that ID number 7 is going to almost always be your host adapter card, right? And then you have 0 through 6 are your devices you can have on the chain. And then this, I believe, can emulate multiple devices on the SCSI bus now. But its big party trick, the big party trick for V2, and this was a recent development, is you can take, of course there's the Pi Pico, there's also the Pi Pico W. And if you put a Pi Pico W on your BlueSCSI V2, it can also emulate I believe a Dana port SCSI to Ethernet adapter. So you can plug it into your Wi-Fi through the Pico W, and then it looks like you've got an Ethernet connection on your SCSI bus. This is probably most useful to Mac users. I don't know if there are drivers for the Dana in like Atari ST land or you know, obviously a Sun workstation wouldn't need it. The Sun has, you know, built-in whatever networking was popular at the time. Probably god-awful token ring or something. But the idea, and I picked up a few of these pre-soldered Pico Ws specifically for this. I want I want this, and I want this honestly to exist ultimately. Oh, the other big thing that a V2 gives you is, you know, with the more powerful microcontroller, you get a little more compatibility. That was probably the biggest issue for me with the V1, because I've tried to use this in my 7200 and it just doesn't work. And the V2 should, fingers crossed, should work. Of course, if you were on the stream a couple of weeks ago, a month ago now, Big Bad Biologist sent over just an absolute pile of BlueSCSIs. So if this doesn't work, I've got like 4 other BlueSCSIs to try on it. So I'll have an operational machine by VCF SoCal, I'm sure. Ultimately, the reason I want to bring it along is I'm bringing this 7275, and then also in a future repair stream, I'm changing out the dead Dallas real-time clock in my Pentium 75. So I'm going to have a Pentium 75 and my 7275 on my table across from my 3D printer, which I'll have printing at the show. So that's going to be my booth at VCF SoCal. It's my first VCF. Be gentle. But obviously, I need something to boot the 7200 with. So that's what we're doing today. And to do so, to give y'all a look at the action, I've got... I don't have a microscope, so I just took my webcam that's usually my desk cam and I just shoved it onto the desk. So hello. I've got my magnifying glasses here. I've got my soldering iron. I just moistened my sponge. That's not a euphemism. So we're good to go there. I've got my solder and my desoldering braid. I've got some flux. So I think we're good to go. Hopefully. Now I'm realizing the one thing I didn't bring over to the desk, I'll have to, because it wouldn't be a Tech Ambrosia stream without me having to get up out of my chair and find something, is my SCSI cable, of course. I forgot to get the SCSI cable. And that's going to be super not fun because the SCSI connector is way down in the back at the bottom of this the 7200, so that'll be an enjoyable time. Anyway, let's see how chat is doing before we get started here. Jack68K says, like Amazon packing. Yeah, no, it was bad. It was bad. Everything is broken, Garage. Hello, welcome to the stream. Retro Mac UK says, my 7300, 9600, and G3 are perfect. My 86, however, is crap. Shards of shame. Yep, that's what happens to them. Be very, very gentle with those other machines because they can absolutely just you just go to like you're just disconnecting. You're just like disconnecting a little piece out of the case, right? Like just something like this power button, right? And it'll just you'll put a little bit too much pressure on it, and it'll just fold. It'll just fold like it's made out of, I don't even know. Certainly not plastic. It sure doesn't feel like plastic. It's just unbelievable. Jack68K says, I need to 3D print a power button for my 7300 and 7500. Has anyone made a 3D printable replacement for the drive carrier in the 7300, 7500? I believe so. I believe drive caddies are available around on the internet. I also... This is one of the things I was going to run at my booth at SoCal, but Gut Bomb has refined a nice little print here. Let me zoom in on myself. This lovely little print for the beige G3 to put a BlueSCSI in the front of the machine, and this plugs into all the other pieces you expect to find on a beige G3. I've been working on this print because it's so close. I don't know if you can see the front face on this. The Bamboo Lab that I picked up is just so close to making this look just absolutely perfect. I've been working on tweaking the model a little bit to make it a little easier for the printer to print. So if I end up getting this done before SoCal, I'll release the model files. But I think the key is going to be putting it on this edge and printing it this direction, I think, unfortunately. I've been trying to print it this way. If you print it on the smooth PEI sheet, it gets this just absolutely lovely, completely flat, smooth texture. It feels like it's injection molded. It's incredible. But I think the way to do this is going to be, this was Gut Bomb's suggestion, is to print it this direction. So I'm going to give that one a try next. But yeah. There's quite a few little pieces like this floating around the community. I would check on Printables. There's a few there. I think there's a few on Thingiverse. I think those are the major sites that people are posting prints like this for older Macs. And you bet, replacement case parts for Macs and for old PowerBooks, especially. Those are the two that really get the brittle plastic syndrome these days. So switch back to the desk cam here. Oh, awesome! I love this new stream layout. It's so good. Okay, and I've got my magnifying glass here. It's got a light on it. Ta-da! Sorry, it's a little bright. I'm doing what I can with this camera here, but it's gonna have a little bit of a time. Oh, let's see. Chat. Gosh, y'all are active today. Hello. Jack68 case is not the hard drive carrier, but the one that holds all the drives. Oh, like the big one, the big one that like slots in. I don't know. Mine was completely annihilated when I got it. When I got my 7200, so like I couldn't make a model out of it because I didn't know what it looked like other than pieces. Clarge on OnePlus says, love how your eyes lit up when the chime played. I'm a nerd. You know I'm a nerd. Retro Mac UK says, I thought Amiga had SCSI. I think there was, like, some of the smaller ones, maybe the 500, had, like, you could put IDE cards in the Zorro slot, I think, or something like that. I don't know how Amigas work. I have no idea. Clarge on OnePlus says, from the complaints I would hear about it from techies growing up, SCSI was a bane for so many techs. Yeah, it was what it was. I can only imagine hearing all of the issues that have gone into making the BlueSCSI function. Apple's SCSI implementations are pretty awful from what I've heard. And I imagine that the engineers like actually making the drives back in the day for classic Macintoshes probably were pulling their hair out fairly regularly. From an end user perspective, at least on a Mac, SCSI was perfectly fine, right? Like you just make sure your chain is terminated so that the packets don't bounce back through the chain, and then make sure that you're not duplicating any IDs on the chain, and you're good to go, pretty much. I don't know. I never had any problems with it back in the day, but yeah, from what I've heard, just like implementing fresh SCSI in year of our Lord 2024 is like, yikes. It's not a fun time. Retro Mac UK says not recommended for internet. I'm guessing that's the Dana emulation. Not recommended for internet. That's all right. Charlotte Thorne says, as a SCSI noob, I'm looking forward to learning all about this, even if it goes wrong somehow. Well, hopefully it doesn't go wrong, but yeah, absolutely. Let's see, what else? Oh, Clarge on OnePlus gets a 3D printer tomorrow. Awesome. Congrats. Oh yeah, the faceplate I was showing, Retro Mac UK says I have that one in my 7300. So it's the same form factor as the G3 desktop. Yeah, there you go. Jack68 says that's beautiful. Yeah, I believe it's a 3D scan from Ron's computer videos by Ron from Ron's computer videos, and then it was cleaned up by Gut Bomb, and I'm working on a little bit more of a finesse to it to get it to print really nicely on Bamboo Lab printers, so that we don't have to injection mold it. It's so close. It's so close to just being absolutely perfect coming off the build plate. I'm hoping I can do it. Jack68K says, hi, Clippy. Yep, we've got Clippy helping us out here, and once we boot this thing up, we'll have another friend I'll introduce to you at that point. Yeah, Martin says, me neither. I'm an Amiga noob. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea about the Amigas. Oh, what else? Oh, Jack68K says, did you print that BlueSCSI bezel in the PLA that Joe talks about? Yes, I did. This is the stuff. It is not cheap. This is the most expensive PLA I have ever used. I've ever purchased in my life. But it's phenomenal. It's so good. This is specifically, if you want to go order it, this is Color Fab's RAL 7044. It's a color on demand formulation, so like when you put your order in, it'll say out of stock. When you put your order in, they'll actually mix up a batch for you and then ship it to you. And it is not cheap. Super not cheap. This was like $75 for this spool. And this is, you can see, 750 grams, not even a full kilogram. But the color match is perfect. Absolutely perfect. So there's an advantage to having these prints be like as printable as possible, right? Because this stuff is so expensive to print with, you don't want to have to do multiple takes. So I've been trying to burn this spool, just figuring out the way to make these things as printable as possible, because I can soak that cost for folks if it means that we can get more replacement parts, made and printed in the community. That is not a problem. Yep, there we go. Martin says the Color Fab RAL 7044. That's the stuff. That is the stuff. All right, so let's get to soldering. All right, the part I'm always the most nervous about. So we've got my TS100 clone here. I do love that it's got a little display on it though. Alright, I don't have any documentation for soldering this thing. I should probably get that. I also didn't get that along with my SCSI cable, because I'm smart and good at my job. Let's see. BlueSCSI V2 soldering guide. Does it exist? There is an assembly file. Oh, that's for V1. Unfortunately. It's like no assembly guide for 2.0 on the GitHub. I'm assuming that he put this together the way it's supposed to go, so that is pin 1 in the lower left corner, looks like, right above the BlueSCSI logo. So that should translate to oh, this pre-soldered pie is not marked with pin numbers. Love it. Love it. I don't know, they didn't flip the GPIO on this, did they? Oh, probably helps if I put this the right direction. There it is. There, pin 1. See? We're already in a bad spot. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm glad I have backup BlueSCSIs because I'm probably going to need them. Okay, so this should... I would love a socket for this thing, but... it's alright. These things are cheap. These BlueSCSIs are... or these, Pi Picos are not expensive. That should do. Throw this, get this tape off of here. And now we've got some clip your own headers. Uh-oh. No, it's come off. It's got to be this way, right? Yes, just like that. Okay, I'm gonna start with this SCSI connector because this is kind of a pain in the butt. It's also, I think it's probably going to be the worst part. It's going to be the hardest one to do. So let's start with the hardest thing first. If we nail this, we've got it, right? Oh, my hair just looks awful today. Lovely. Wonderful. Oh, Joe, hello. Joe from Joe's Computer Museum is here. Hello, hello, hello. Martin says USB facing the BlueSCSI logo. Yep, okay, good, good. Joe says I'm assembling 11 external units right along with you. Well, hopefully this isn't excruciatingly boring for you, Joe, as I muddle my way through my one and only BlueSCSI that I've ever soldered. Alright, well let's get some heat going. If I can push the right button. Good. Good. Come on, do the thing. That's the menu. So you all can see me struggle with my soldering iron. If you hold down B, you get the menu, which is cool, but I don't want the menu. Hold down both, it goes back. I think hold down A should start it. There we go. Now it says work. Now it gets hot. Very quickly. I love how quickly it gets warm. Now it's time to burn myself with it, because I'm sure that's what's going to happen. Y'all don't understand just how bad I am at soldering. Alright. Get my solder out here. Of course I made the mistake of getting like super duper duper fine pitch solder. Uh-oh. You can't press too hard or it doesn't see the tip anymore. Well, that's not helpful. That's not enough solder. Yikes. To everyone watching, I apologize. Deeply, deeply apologize. It's probably the worst soldering you've ever seen. Turned off because it couldn't sense the tip. This is going to be good. This is going to be a good time. Already tell. Okay, so we've got these two on here. Looking pretty reasonable. And I think there's a technique, correct? Drag soldering. If I throw some flux on here, I should be able to pull solder pretty much along the entire thing. Sleepy Malibu asks, is that a TS100? It is not, but it sure wants to be. I need to cut this. I need to cut this. It's a fresh tube of flux that is not open yet. Whee! All right. If it's on there, it's good. Okay. Yeah, that's it's doing the thing. Definitely. All right. Well, let's throw some flux on there. I can feel the heat of that soldering iron. Very close to it. Alright, how many people want to tell me that's too much flux? I can't even see it on here. It's probably fine then. Alright. Wow, that really is magic. Holy crap. I did not use enough solder, but dang. Okay. I've seen so many people do drag soldering, I'm like, that can't work that way. There's no way. It totally does work that way. It totally does. Still didn't use enough solder. Dang! Look at that! Beautiful. Still didn't use enough solder. Ah. Wow. Wow! That's way easier than I have ever soldered anything in my life. Oh, there's not enough solder on there. Not even close. Alright, well, that makes sense. Wow, that's so easy. Oh, I didn't do it right. My solder is far too fine-pitched, is my problem. Let's see, that is, yeah. Ah, That is so easy, though. Holy cow. Why does that work so well? It's the flux, isn't it? That's what I've heard. It's like, if you want soldering to be easy, use lots of flux. As I spray solder all over everything. That is just about... Dang! Nice. Jeez. That's pretty cool. That is pretty darn cool. The flux is the stuff, yes. Sleepy says Clippy is an invasive species and is everywhere. And yes, Chris Jackson, hello, welcome to the stream. Clippy is co-piloting. There we go. Yeah, looks like most of these pins don't actually have any freaking solder on them, because I just don't have thick enough solder. Okay, noted. Okay, you get into a routine and this is like mesmerizing. Still see it? Yeah, mostly. Alright. Looks pretty okay. That's not bad for a total noob. Let's do the hard part. Well, oh, there we go. Just burned myself. Awesome. Let's do the other hard part. The Pi Pico. I want this to be raised up off the board just a little bit. Mostly to try and prevent pins from sticking through onto anything else that might be underneath it whenever I end up throwing this into a machine. Let's see. Can I make this view better for y'all? Sorta? A little bit? Yeah, kinda. That's a little bit better. I should put flux on that. I should put flux on that. Not terrible. The solder really does just spit around everywhere. Where's that solder going? Solder is going right down the hole. That's not great. Oh, big old chunk. There we go. Just got to use enough solder as usual. This was a dumb idea to get this solder. Making a lot of flux smoke, not putting a lot of solder on these joints though. That's not terrible. That's almost reasonable. Let's get this bridge out of here. Hey, that's not bad. That is a pretty decent looking set of solder joints. Not bad at all. That's pretty passable. Cool. Yeah, this would work really nicely if I had more solder. Drag soldering is pretty slick. So that's a good hack. Nice. any of this? Yeah. That's what I thought. This is pretty terrible to watch. I'm so sorry. I'll get a fancy microphone or microscope at some point. Okay, it's just the last three now. Another nice big chunk of flux. Okay. And that's the Pico. Looks pretty good. Okay, got a couple of these. Yeah. Looking good, looking good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty darn good. Yeah, you guys can't see anything, I'm sorry. Need to clean all of that flux off of there because that looks disgusting. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Garth. Hello, hello. As I was saying earlier in the stream, Garth, I swear, I will do the beige G3 test bench. It's gonna happen. It's still percolating in the back of my brain. It might have to wait until I get a new 3D printer, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I swear. All right, let me get my. Oh no, I am low on isopropyl. Let me go grab a toothbrush and throw some isopropyl on this and get this flux cleaned off of here. There's my soldering toothbrush. Oh, these are soldering toothbrushes. These don't go anywhere near the bathroom. Nowhere near the bathroom. Okay. How many folks want to tell me about all the jumpers that I missed? Because I'm sure I missed all the jumpers. there's a whole pack of jumpers included with this thing. The question, of course, being, do I need the jumpers? Oh, I've got some spots I missed. Alright, hit these again. That makes sense. It's not exactly a thing I do a lot. Gross. Big old chunk of solder, or chunk of flux. Chunk of burn-in flux. That one looks pretty dire. There we go, that's better. That's looking pretty okay. Yeah, it's not bad. That's not bad at all. Good solder joints should look like little cones. Should be nice and even and round and fat near the base, and then taper upwards. That one just doesn't want to solder. Am I going to find like 5 gallons of solder on the other side of that pin? Yup. Yup, I totally am. I was like, oh, the solder on this pin seems to keep going through the through hole. It super does. That shouldn't be there. Uh-oh. Shoot. Alright. I was hoping I wouldn't have to pull this thing out, but I'm going to have to pull this thing out. I call this the brutalizer. This is an electric desoldering pump that I'm pretty sure is designed for scrapping electronics boards. It is gnarly. I have a $10 super chat from Dave. Dave, what's up? Dave sent a heart. Oh, and Clarjon, hello. Sent $4 Canadian for coffee. Thank you. Coffee's wonderful. Hello, hello. I wish this thing played like a noise or something when I got a super chat. I'm so sorry I missed yours, Clarjon. Dave, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. You really don't have to do that. You've joined at a nice time. I'm about to do horrible things to this poor BlueSCSI. I'm pretty sure the only reason this tool exists is to scrap boards. I can't think of another reason why it would function the way that it does. And the way that it functions, by the way, is if you press on the little red button, see if you can see this on the camera. Try not to melt something. Press the little red button. It sucks in and holds whatever you have on the tip. Then you let go, and it spits it out. That's it. It's not sophisticated and it's not pretty. It is the brutalizer, and I'm going to brutalize this board. So I need to get a bunch of the solder off of there. All that solder just traveled down the leg. Made a mess on the Pi Pico, unfortunately. You can grab that. You can grab that bezel. The one that I've been playing with and trying to refine is on printables. It is on it's on Gutbomb's printables. Let's see. It's a little rough to print. And that's what I'm working on, is making it easier to print. But it is there and it does work. It is this one. Here you go, HC. Alright, let's see if this thing is ready to melt some solder. Yep, it sure is. Trying not to burn myself on this soldering iron. Let's see if you can see that. Maybe. There you go. That's not coming up. That is not coming up. Alright, I'm going to try something a little more sophisticated than the brutalizer. Oh, let's see. I mostly just need to separate these two pins. You can see where all that solder went. It just flowed right through the via. Just pull it off of there. Yeah, that'll work. I think that'll do it. I think that will do it. Make sure that these are not bridged. That's just flux. Also just flux. The rest of these look pretty okay. Alright. That's important. We got to do the terminator. Termination jumper is important. Should be just a matter of clipping these. Okay. Flip this over real quick and just throw some solder in there before I burn my fingers. Should put plugs on that. I should put plugs on that. New t-shirt idea. I should put flux on that. Hey, there we go. That worked like a charm. Beautiful. Okay, what else do we have left? Power on. LED. Backfeed. S debug. Is that serial debugging? Oh, it's so at an angle. Darn it. Darn it. Let's see if I can get this thing to not be at a freaking angle. Yep. That's not helpful. It's still at an angle, but now it's sticking through the thing. This is a comedy of errors. Oh boy. I have to go get the brutalizer again. My hands are all sticky. I hate it. Ugh. Alright. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that amateur hour job. Jeez. Thank you, Jack68K. Jack68K says, I'm looking forward to your /Gutbomb's refined version. Hopefully, the goal is to get that one out before VCF SoCal, because I'm going to print a few of those out and bring them along to the show. Because primarily, my exhibit at SoCal is going to be how 3D printing can, assist you in your retro computing life. So I've got a few prints I need to do yet, but I've got a little less than a month at this point. So yeah, I've got some time. Trina says that solder sucker sounds angry and scary. It is not fun. It's a mean machine. I'm pretty sure that the entire reason that this thing exists is for scrapping boards. It's a bad time, but it does work. I used it to resolder my Mac Plus's analog board. It worked out pretty okay. It has no temperature control though, so you got to be really careful once you've been using it for a little while. It's once you've been using it for a while, it just gets too hot. It just gets too hot. Okay. So that's out of there. Too many things, not enough table. Oh, get out of there. It's about this time that I wish I had some good pliers, because I don't. It'd be really nice. There we go. Oh, it's just gonna be off, and I'll just clip it. I am not dealing with this further. Jeez, what a pain. What a pain. Alright, well, you're stuck there forever. I think that solder is going right through the via again. Nice. Okay, I think I'm done with the brutalizer. Get this out of my way so it doesn't burn anything. Ugh. Terrible. Terrible. Okay. I think we've just got a couple of things left to solder on here, and then we're good to test. Oh yeah, all that solder is just going right through the via. What a great time. Oh, it looks like it's attached. That's fine. That's good enough. Good enough. Good enough, good enough. Let's see. Don't need the LED. Do I need feedback or back feed? I don't know. Power _ on. Do I need it? Oh boy, probably. There's S1 and S2. Don't know what those do. Minimum viable soldering. What do I need out of these? Trina asks, where did you buy that solder sucker? I got it on Amazon. They're all over Amazon for pretty cheap. There's a reason. Like I said, I think they're designed for scrapping boards. They're not really designed for precision work. My fingers are all sticky. Oh, let's see. Build your own version 2. Is there an assembly guide? No. Which one do I need? Yeah, I mean, it does the thing. Like I said, I used it to reflow all the solder on my analog board on my Mac Plus. So like, if you're careful with it, it's fine. It's totally fine. I don't know. I don't know which of these we actually need. I'm going to solder the power on and try not to screw that one up too. Let's see. Can you actually see that? No. Well, kinda. So we are soldering this one here. Should be the power on. I don't know what the power on does. I'm guessing it's probably important. Please don't fall down the via. Well, that actually looks okay. I did not fall down the via, and it's actually not on at an angle. Sweet. Nice. The SCSI ID stuff should all be taken care of in the configuration software. So we shouldn't need to do anything there. The termination's a hardware feature, so that's why there's a jumper for it. I'm going to turn this off, and let's test this thing. See if it works. There we go. And I'm going to wash my hands again and get this flux off of me. Okay, alright. SCSI cable. Okay. Let's see if I can... Clarge on OnePlus says don't forget to hydrate. Always important. Oh. Okay, SCSI cable. I'm gonna plug that into this thing. That was gonna be a pain in the butt. It's a royal pain in the butt. Let's see. I'm gonna switch to my A camera. There we go. And move this one around so y'all can see. A little more of the desk. Well, it's not great, but that should do something. There we go. You can see the power supply. Awesome. Helpful. Flux just got everywhere. Alright. That's good. How's that doing down to 77 degrees? Nice. Store that here for the time being, so don't lose it. Okay. More paper towel. I still have flux all over my fingers. So gross. Okay. extra RAM, extra pi picos, soldering wick, get out of here. Okay. Oh my God, you're kidding me. That is all the way down at the bottom. Jeez. Okay. Well, I guess y'all get to see how this thing goes together. One sec here. Too many cords. Alright, let's pop this off for the moment. Need a screwdriver. Wonder if I can, well, I guess y'all can kind of see that. No, stay. My fingers are so sticky. Gross. I hate it. Oh, come on. Power supply arrangement's not the best on this board. You can see what my goal was. Try and get this thing to plug in pretty much its stock location. Oh, get off of there. Oh my God. Oh, this power connector's the worst. There we go. Okay. So, power supply is free of the case. The case mostly just slots in with the same sort of, I guess, like registration marks that it has in the full-size case, like in the actual desktop case. And it's held in, yeah, it's held in with one screw, because there's one screw close enough to the full build plate of a typical 3D printer that that's all I can get to secure the thing. Okay. That's the last thing I need to follow. There's all that stuff down there. Okay. I have too much stuff. Oh, wait, hang on. I lied. There's 3 screws. You can see I've got some holes that I've modeled in here, and that basically lets you slot a screwdriver down to get those. Somehow. What screwdriver did I use to get these in here in the first place? Oh, totally this one. It's totally this one. That sucks. So the reason I'm doing this is, you can see this in here. You see that white connector there next to the power connector? So, there's the main power connector for the power supply. That is the SCSI connector for the internal SCSI bus. That's what I need to plug my 50-pin SCSI cable into. And I really should have plugged it in and left it there and not removed it, because this is a total pain in the butt. I was thinking this would be super easy portion of the video. Just flip it in there and everything's good. Of course not. Oh, is that screw stripped? Oh, it feels stripped. Oh, gross. Oh yeah, that's... The plastic isn't stripped. The top of the screw is. Okay. There it is. Yeah, that's not a happy screw. Okay. Maybe I don't put that one back in that spot. The literally worst one to actually get attached to the board. So there's my 50-pin SCSI connector. So SCSI cable goes on there. Like thus. There we go. That is a pain. So in the actual machine, right, so in the actual machine, that's disturbing. What happens is you open the machine up and it flips sideways like this, allowing you access to the whole board. And then when you're done, the power supply drops back down onto here. There's like a little plastic post that it sits on, and then this is the desktop computer's form factor. So I tried to like mimic that with my 3D printed case skeleton. Mostly because this is the shortest power supply cable in the world, but I think it might make more sense for the final design to like source some connector extensions for this, because this is like, this isn't an ATX power supply, but like this is pretty close to a standard ATX power connector. I'm sure you could get, a like for like, pin extensions for these somewhere. I'm sure. Thankfully, I don't think this cable is going to make... I don't actually think this cable is going to make our life harder putting the case back in. So let's give that a try. Just have to squeeze this cable a little. Should, yep, just slide in there. There we go. Okay. It's just so much cable and so much motherboard. It's just so huge. line that up with there we go. It's in the registration mark there. Okay. And there's our hole there. So we are lined up. Yeah, I'm just going to get this screwed in. It should be fine. Plugging in the power supply is no bueno no matter where you do it, or what stage. There we go. Beautiful. I'll just use the 2 for now. I'll put the other one in there later. Or should I? Oh, I probably should. It's not going to get any easier later. That's not the stripped one. Yeah, that's... Assembly is much easier than disassembly, apparently. Go me! Okay. Finally, the power supply. Still have a camera? Yes, excellent. Alright, so power connector. I really think a better option would be to somehow move this power supply underneath the motherboard, just to get it out of the way. But that is going to need some kind of an extension on this power supply cable. There we go. Click. And then of course you'll need some kind of a fan for the processor, because it's a passive heatsink that's supposed to get cooled by air coming out of the, going into the power supply. Alright, so that is there. And that's there. Screw in 2 screws on the other side. Let's hold the power supply. I can also print this better these days, because I first designed this quite a while back, and like now I've figured out like my ultra compact test benches, and these, instead of printing in the traditional orientation, print face down, and like this would definitely print better face down, the same way I'm doing these. There we go. Now we have a SCSI cable. Look at that. Get the floppy drive. Gotta find spots for all the doodads too, like the floppy drive, speaker, everything else. That's going to go in there, like that. Speaker and power LED are in assembly. Okay. Moment of truth, I guess. Let's turn termination on. Doesn't really sit gracefully, unfortunately. That way y'all can see it. Hopefully. Once I plug everything in, maybe you won't be able to see it. Alright, keyboard and mouse. Kind of important. This is the lovingly donated keyboard and mouse from Garth Beagle. At this point, I could probably just pick up one of the earlier Alps-based keyboards, because they're pretty nice. They're not cheap, but they're pretty nice. They're nice to have. But you know, this was a gift. So what if the cable's all sticky and gooey? It's fine. Thankfully, that was the bottle of isopropyl alcohol. Thankfully, it is closed. That should be that. And now, we should be able to see stuff. I've got an image on this SD card. I don't know if it's the correct image. I guess we'll find out. We've got video, we've got keyboard and mouse, we've got power, Ethernet for what it's worth, speaker, floppy disk, BlueSCSI. BlueSCSI's probably going to need power, I'm going to guess. Maybe it'll work off the bus power. I guess we'll find out. What is chat saying? Jack68K says, a while back I started wearing disposable nitrile gloves while soldering. They make my hands sweaty. Yeah, they're so gross. But that's better than being all fluxy. Yes! This is going to take me forever to get off of my hands. It's so disgusting. Oh, Trina. Let's see. I think HC says, thank you for streaming. You're welcome. We're not done yet. If the stream has paused, refresh the page. I'm going to put that in the chat. If the stream has paused, refresh the page. Because YouTube is great at this. Alright, I think, yeah, we're gonna boot this thing and see what happens. Mouse doesn't work. No lights on the BlueSCSI, that's a bad sign. Oh, there's the mouse. Mouse works. Let's try that power on jumper. Lights on the BlueSCSI. That's a good sign. Have a good night, Clarjon. I will catch you later. What you doing, Power Mac? Give that a quick PRAM zap. There's two LEDs out on the BlueSCSI. I'm not seeing any activity on it though. I am an idiot. I am an idiot. This is the Pi Pico that Eric included with the kit. This is a random Pi Pico I bought on the internet. It doesn't have any BlueSCSI software on it yet. Ah, such an idiot. Oh my god. Okay, where on earth do I get the firmware? Whoops. It's just a blank Pi Pico. It just doesn't do anything. At the moment. Ah. Where is the firmware? Where do I get the firmware? You'd think there'd be a folder in the GitHub that says firmware. And I don't see firmware in here at all. Pretty much. Jack68K says, first world problems, too many Pi Picos floating around your desk. I mean, yeah, but also, I probably should have grabbed this, you know, first. Oh boy. I have no idea where to get the firmware for this. I'm on the BlueSCSI v2 GitHub. I'm not seeing firmware on here anywhere. Ian says on the right side. Releases, of course. I'm an idiot. Can you tell I don't use GitHub very often? Alright. Stable is 11.16. I think that's still got all the good stuff in it, right? I don't have to use it nightly to get the... Yeah, no, because the October build has this SCSI Ethernet support. Okay. Bin alpha UF2. How to update. Updating firmware. Download the latest UF2. Okay. Alrighty. I just gotta find a data micro USB cable somewhere. Where did I put my... I have lots of power only micro USB cables. Where's my... One sec. There we go. I actually found a mini USB cable before I found a micro USB cable. Just tell you the state of my cable drawer. All right. We lose the camera feed? We didn't, surprisingly. It did not come up as a drive. Come on. Maybe this is a power-only cable. I didn't think it was. Maybe I toasted this Raspberry Pi. Oh, let's see. Alright, I know this one is not a power-only cable. That's better. There we go. Good old Pi Pico. Okay. Oh boy. It's always an adventure. Always an adventure. Okay, here we go. Darn. All right. See what the log says. Oh, you know what? I bet I need a Quirks file for this, since it's a Power Mac. Maybe. I guess not. The log says, please don't put me in the fire. Very nice. It finds the image. It finds the SD card. It finds the image. It initializes it as ID 0. I guess it's possible I have a bad image for this hardware. Let's see. Like I said, I have no idea what the image is on here. I'm gonna try an emulator image, see if that works. The log says, please don't put me in the fire. Because I have zero idea what the heck is on this card. Jack 68K works on my machine. Every software dev ever. Currently downloading some image files. Give me one sec. It's always an adventure. Always do something stupid on stream. That's why y'all are here, right? You get to see me make a fool of myself live on TV. I didn't even realize I was doing that, Trina. No idea. Now I'm going to be self-conscious about it the whole time. Almost done. They're almost downloaded. Ten seconds. Alright, I'm gonna move this thing. This stupid card reader is so bad. Let me edit the file, you stupid thing. Yeah, it's not write protected. Come on. There we go. Let's make that image 4. Shoot, is it... there's two numbers. Is it ID and then logical unit? It's got to be ID and then logical unit, right? Make that ID 4. Drina says, I called a power supply a heat sink on a live stream, so please don't feel bad. It's, yeah, it's a little bit of pressure trying to do stuff like this live. I usually try and prep a lot before stream, but, you know, it never always works out perfectly. Okay, let's try that. Windows, stop scanning this disk. Let me eject it. Worst OS ever, I swear. Okay. Trying again. I'm gonna zap the PRAM too, so. There's no PRAM battery in it, so like, it shouldn't matter, but, you know. Looks like a whole lot of no boot again. It's very frustrating. What does the log say this time? Come on. It's apparently been wiped clean. Awesome. Love that. Love that. Drive is in use. Cool. That card is apparently dead. Let's try a different card. Okay, copying a fresh image over. Hello, Dexter. Welcome to the stream. I have maybe successfully soldered up a BlueSCSI V2, and at the moment I'm just trying to get it to boot something. This this Power Mac 7200 has been notoriously finicky about booting off of BlueSCSI. It's part of the reason I'm trying the V2, is it should be a little bit more compatible than the old V1 BlueSCSI. We'll see. I also have an exterior one, or an external BlueSCSI I can try too. It's not like it needs all the performance in the world. It just needs to boot. At the moment, I am trying to copy over a boot disk. Now, to be fair, this is a boot disk for Sheep Shaver, so I'm not totally sure it's going to work, but fingers crossed. And I have the worst. I have the absolute worst USB card reader in the world hooked up to this machine, and it just yeeted the card in the middle of the copy. So I'm gonna recopy it. Love it, love it. Garbage. And this card is supposed to be a 100 megabyte per second card. It's copying at 5 megabytes per second. Okay, it finished copying. And it ejected without complaining. Hooray! Thank you, Windows. See if it boots on it. That's a much faster blinking question mark. Okay, well that's progress, I guess. That is probably the wrong image format. And the log says... Oh yeah, nope, it doesn't like it. Does not appear to be a valid Macintosh device image. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Oh, I need a boot image. I need a boot image. Where am I gonna find a boot image? Yeah, I know, Martin. I know it's on Macintosh Garden, but I'm searching there and I'm not finding anything. Somebody had a link deep into it, and I don't remember where it is. Trina, I am looking for anything that will boot a Power Mac 7275. So like 755, 76881, something like that. There's a BlueSCSI image. I'm gonna try that. See if that works. Nope, doesn't like that one either. Crud. This one saw it. The BlueSCSI picked it up. Saw it as the right size. But it did not boot off of it. Let's try to turn the termination off. Doesn't like it. Crud. Trina, you got one for me. Oh, looks like that one's not downloadable. It says, sorry, we're migrating files to a new server. Trina says, just hit it with a hammer. Hit it with a hammer. Hit it with a hammer. What OS did this ship with? 752. Alright. It's gotta be at least 752. Preferably like 755. That is super frustrating. We're so close. We're so close. Martin sent me a DM with a link. I'm assuming on Discord? Aha, okay. Oh, that should work. Hopefully. Yeah, fingers crossed. Even if I have to boot it with extensions off, it should work fine. Awesome. Martin says, I made this image. Alright, so if this doesn't work, I'm gonna blame you, okay? No worries. You're allowed to take care of business. Super exciting. Waiting for this to copy. Wonder if I can make this freak out. Yep, that's about right. It's not gonna boot System 6. But it sure wanted to. My boot discs I have for my Mac Plus right over here. Yeah, no, the board is good. Hello, also, hello, Francois. Yeah, the board's good. There's nothing really wrong with it. It's a little dusty. Obviously, it's not in a case. Let me see if I can take y'all on a journey here. It's leading an interesting life these days. But yeah, it's got the 256K of level 2 cache. Kind of important. The board itself is fine. It's just, I have had a heck of a time getting it to boot anything. It's mostly been down to it just having a ridiculous SCSI bus. Okay, that image is copied over. Ejected successfully. Off we go. Hey, look at that! It works! It is booting macOS. Martin, you're a lifesaver. Thank you so much. Hot dang, look at that. Fantastic. Is it about to have an aneurysm when it realizes it has such an old processor in it? 8.6 is a little bit too much OS for this machine. Yeah, this is great. Heck yeah. We bootin'. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So much junk all over this desktop. Oh, oof. Oof. Gosh, there's so much bloat on this thing. Holy cow. Okay, so we've got virtual memory on an SD card. That's not a great idea. Let's get that off of there. Your computer does not have enough RAM. Fine, fine. So that's 16 megs. Well, who wants to find out if these RAM sticks work? This thing takes, like, fast page mode DIMMs. It's the weirdest kind of RAM I've ever heard of. But I believe both of these are fast page mode DIMMs. So we should try it. See if we can get more RAM in this thing. 16 megs is a little light. Okay, so let's... I'm gonna go into Extensions Manager and turn off minimum 64 megs for 8.6. Yeah, this is too much OS for this machine. It's too much OS. Oh boy. FWB goes away. Norton definitely goes away. Get out of here. Tech tool out of here. Web sharing out. Out. Wonder if there's a base. There we go. Good, 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 good. Yep, good. Don't need any of these printers. Fine, fine. Alright. Yeah, no, I'm super glad, Martin. I'm glad your image works too. I'm pretty sure this is the right RAM. I guess we'll find out in a sec. But this actually looks like the other RAM in the machine. So I guess we'll find out. It both looks like it's just 70 nanosecond fast page mode. I think they'll both work. I guess we'll find out. Oh god, here we go. Okay, that's a much faster boot. There we go. Alright, so this is going to go in this way. I suppose y'all can't see that. Let's see. Let's see if we're going to move y'all. One sec. Okay. That's a bit more the view y'all are used to. Okay. Yeah. So the RAM slots are down here. Can't really see them. But, I think this is ROM, this is VRAM, this is RAM. And, yeah, you can see that this, like, pretty much... Yeah, you can't really see that. Let me switch this. Yeah, you can see this pretty much matches, at least the shape of what the current ones look like. So let's throw this in here and see what it does. I can't imagine it's a lot of RAM. I can't see anything in there. There we go. Let's see if that gets recognized as more RAM. Or if it even boots. Chime, that's good. Yeah, Martin says this is all the stuff that's on the UMax install, but the maximum version of macOS they did was 8.1, so I manually updated it to 8.6 and updated the apps. I am probably going to throw 8.1 on this thing, depending on how it runs. Otherwise, I might go all the way back to 7.5.5 just to get a little more performance out of it. Because it's not a lot of computer. 75 megahertz 601. There's not a whole lot of CPU there. Alright, so that's another 8 megabyte stick. So we're up to 24 megs. Ooh. I guess let's find out if the last one is indeed a fast page mode stick as well. I hope it's not like a 4 megabyte stick. God. Go. Let's see if it boots, if it's even RAM that it likes. Chime's always a good sign. Oh, Trina. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Chime after chime. Oh my god. Alright, well, hopefully. Martin says there are no 4s, so this is probably another 8 meg module, I'm gonna guess. '8386SX says another 40 megabytes, you'll be cooking with gas. I don't think I'm finding another 40 megabytes for this thing. Ever. I don't know why Apple picked fast page mode DIMMs for this machine. It's just such a stupid decision. Alright, so it is having a time. It's having a moment. Jack 68K is getting that song stuck in his head. Gamer1990 says you could possibly have a gig total. There's enough RAM slots. There's only 4. So, 512 megs, which is a lot. This appears to be having a bad time. I'm going to reboot it and turn off extensions. Yeah, it's definitely possible it's this stick. It's another 8 megabyte stick. Alright. 32 megs. Hooray. Look, see? Now virtual memory's off. Can't run without virtual memory. Uh-huh, sure. Sure thing, macOS 8.6. You lying piece of sneeze. Ha! Let's see how it does, Ian says, seeing the Windows Explorer dog sitting on a macOS desktop is giving me cognitive dissonance. Well, guess what? The Windows XP search dog has some things to say. It's very important. What are you trying to search for? The Windows XP search dog goes right for the feels. Punches you right in the stomach. I'll take that last option there. Escape into the woods. Okay, so we're booted up with no virtual memory. 32 megs of RAM. It's significantly snappier now, which is nice. Like, look at how quickly that menu renders now. You can't see the individual menu items every time you open the Apple menu. How nice. Virtual memory on macOS is the worst thing ever. It is absolutely terrible. Never use it. Do not ever use it. It's not like virtual memory on other operating systems. It's just bad. So what do we got on here? Martin, did you put any games on this thing? It's 8.6, so we should have internet connectivity, right? Like we've got network. TCP/IP working? Yeah. Yes, make it active. Where's my... This mouse needs a mouse pad badly. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give me that Internet Explorer. Martin says, no, you didn't ask for games. I have a trick up my sleeve, and I'm hopeful that the trick is going to work. Oh, oh, ho, ho, ho. We are online. Whoops, if I can type correctly. Alright, that's web rendering proxy. Let's see if... Yes! Yes! Browse service doesn't work. Okay. Browser's probably too old. Let's do the web rendering proxy. Oh yeah! We are surfing in the slowest way possible. That's very slow. Let's try IE5. Browse service should work with IE5. Or not. IE wants more RAM. You're fine. We'll just tell you to get along with less RAM. It's fine. It's fine. You'll be fine. Aww. It's a little baby. See if Navigator will do it. Nope. Alrighty. Yeah, need to download more RAM. No kidding. No kidding. I guess? Ah, shoot. if I can just get to Macintosh Garden, since they maintain a non-SSL version. Okay. It figured out that I needed 2 slashes. Thank you. Sleepy says frog find. Yeah, frog find. There is an option in here to just download everything and only render once it's done. Here we go. All images are loaded. No results for MacQuake? Are you kidding me? Pokey. This may have locked up. Okay, it's very possible. Try this again. We've got a time limit. You can only open so many pages before it runs out of RAM. Beach ball? Oh good, we're rendering. Yay! See if we can get it downloaded. Hey! Oh yeah! There we go. So, how much RAM are we using just to download something using Internet Explorer? Way too much, probably. We have 1 meg free. Oh yeah, 1 meg. Oh, I think I need to keep this in the foreground, otherwise it's gonna go slow. Yep. macOS multitasks, sorta. macOS 8.6 is sort of like it's where I started like dropping off of macOS. So I grew up, my whole family has been an Apple household for forever. They still are. They all still own Apple products. Some of my earliest memories are like playing games on the family Apple II, and then of course like my dad, when he was starting out he was a medical doctor, and when he was starting out his job, he got a Mac SE that he would take to the office, because the old classic Macs had a handle on the top, so he'd take it to the office, bring it home a couple of nights a week. So I have lived on Mac OS for a long, long, long time. A long time. Pretty much up until like 8.6, 9.0. I did play around with OS 10. I had the public beta of OS 10. I worked with Mac OS 10 server for a while when I was helping out in the computer lab at school. This would have been in high school. So I've been around Mac OS for a long, long time. And around 8.6, 8.6 was about when 8.5, 8.6 was when the iMac came out. And I mean, it was really cool to see like Apple releasing an interesting, hip product that people actually cared about. But just because of the way my life was going at the time, it was when I just started to drift away from Mac OS. My last Mac was a blue and white G3. Was it? No, I had a Speedholes G4 for a very short period of time, and that was my last Mac. But I think the Mac that I used personally the most, like for just doing like day-to-day computing, was a blue and white G3. And that was, 8.6, 9, 9.2, Mac OS 10, up to, of course, 10.4. But yeah. Then it was all Windows. HC says, I only used Mac once. It's not a common platform. It's really not a common platform. And of course, like, it's not like I never went back to Mac, because sitting right below this monitor right here is an M1 Mac Mini that I actually do all of my video editing on. And it's been a great machine. It's really nice to have a web surfing video watching machine that, doesn't heat up my entire room when I turn it on. One Bit Fever Dream says, all the way up to 1992 with my Mac Plus here. Nice. Nice. Jack68K. Red Hearts for the blue and white G3. It was a great machine. I really loved that blue and white. Oh my gosh. Transfer error? No! Internet Explorer, what are you doing? I mean, what are you doing? You're being Internet Explorer. Why am I surprised? The disk is full. What? What? What is on this thing? Martin, what do you have on this thing? How is this disk? It's like 40 megabytes. How is there not 40 megabytes free on this disk? Holy cow. Jeez. Oh. Alright, let's... Oh boy. Oh boy. And calculate all folder sizes. Yes, calculate folder sizes. Let's go by... Get out of here. Size. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm dumping some stuff. Assistance. Line update. Norton. Software installer. Super Mac. User manuals. Out. Web pages. Out. One bit says, I'm sorry, B&W means black and white. It's protected by Geneva Conventions. 8386SX says, I had to learn Mac when I did that script reading job for AT&T. It paid off big times. My next job, my boss was a big Mac guy. Yeah, boy, if you can talk Mac language to a Mac guy, you can get lots of stuff. There we go. See, we freed up 600 megabytes. That's better. Frickin' bloat all over this image. Alright, let's try this again. Out of memory. Heck you. Alright, alright. I'm gonna do this again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We are gonna play Quake today. We are gonna play Quake today. Martin says, erasing my data. You better believe it. Gotta make room for Quake, man! Yes, definitely. Martin says, I feel compelled to make a 761 image with Quake on it and upload it to the garden. Quake and the Doom shareware and Duke Nukem 3D. I think there's a demo Duke 3D out there. Throw those 3 games on it, you're golden. Alright, we're trying this again. Trying this again. 386SX says, we don't need that pesky system folder. Delete it to make room. My only worry is that I accidentally deleted Stuff at Expander, which I really hope I didn't do, but I think it's probably fine. I I did delete it. Crap. I'm surprised it's not in the internet utilities. It's usually in there. Well, there we go. There's another copy, probably. Yes. There's 2 copies of Stuff It Expander on here. Haha. Beautiful. $140 kilobytes a second. That's like T1 speeds. Come on, Internet Explorer, you can do this. Trina says, I'm just going to quote songs as they pop into my head at random. We're at that part of the stream, folks. Trina's just quoting songs. I mean, it's, you know, I'm sure how many folks in chat right now have the Jeopardy music running through their head as this downloads? I mean, let's be real. I mean, just the fact that we're able to do this, right? Like, we've just taken this 1995 PC, Mac, thrown it on the internet, and we're just downloading some stuff. It's pretty great. Francois quoting some Weird Al. I love it. Jack68K says, I'm totally listening to Cyndi Lauper. Sorry. I need more coffee. All this Trina says, all this computer needs is 100 gigs of RAM with double clicking on your mouse. Is that all about the Pentiums? Is that a deep cut out of all about the Pentiums? I don't remember. It sounds like it should be out of all about Pentiums. It's all about the Pentiums, baby. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I've never heard the word Mizouse anywhere except Weird Al. Yeah, quote some Weird Al to me. It's all in there. I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning, but I can quote Weird Al for hours. Alright. Getting there. Getting there. The bad part is, this is a zip file. If you've ever tried to unzip a zip file on macOS, you know it doesn't go very well. There's not a lot of great unzipping programs on macOS. It's a very fast and efficient file format on a PC. And on a Mac, it is god-awful. "100 gigs of RAM, double clicking on my mouse." Let's not forget the wisdom of the Windows XP search dog. We're so close. We're so close. Grabby hands, grabby hands. We're almost there. Don't even, Trina. No. So the first attempt I had at getting this thing to boot, I was trying one of these flash SATA cards, and yeah, I've just got like an 8 gig SSD on it, but it would do that. It would do that. I would get, 97% through a download, and then it would just fail. Just fail. No reason. Or I'd try to unzip. It would successfully download, and I'd try to unzip it, and it would just like get halfway through the file and stop. 8386SX says the joys of relying on something that's barely a browser. Honestly, I'd rather just have curl, you know? Just throw the URL into curl and just have it download in a console app. I don't need all the stuff. All the cruft, all the build up. Don't need it. Just need a downloader. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, quit Internet Explorer. There's our zip file. Let's unzip that sucker. Oh god, it's got all the music? No, what? Ah, worthless. Can you even throw MP3s in a zip file? Jack68K says, that's not the Macintosh way. No, it's not. Francois says, all the gooey. Why does this have all the music tracks in it? Gamer1990s is more like Internet Exploiter. I mean, back in the day, we had a name for it. It was Internet Exploder. Because that's mostly what it did. You pointed at a website and it would explode. So with this being a success, basically, the next thing that I'm going to repair on stream, I think is going to be my Pentium 75, which is on the shelf back there. Unfortunately, behind the monitor you can't see it. That needs a new Dallas real-time clock. And I've got the parts coming in for one. Hopefully it should be about as easy as soldering up this BlueSCSI was. It just needs headers soldered on and it just needs to go onto the motherboard. So hopefully, fingers crossed. Tarina says I used to call it Internet Deplorable. No, it was Internet Exploder. Because that's what it did. Every time you point at a website, it blows up. Blake DMC, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we are way back in time. Although we're on macOS 8.6, which is relatively modern, definitely too much operating system for this Mac. This is my Power Mac 7275. This thing here, that's the motherboard just out in open air. But yeah, it's trying. It's trying its best. Yeah. Yeah. Blake DMC says back when you could actually fix Macs. Yeah. And they were easy, right? Like it was like you pop two latches on it and like the whole case comes off. It just folds out. Piece of cake. You get to the whole motherboard in there. Just It was a good time. It was a good time. It's a shame. It's a real shame that that's not how they are now. Trina says this will take as long to unzip as it did the download. It's going to take longer to unzip than it did to download because someone archived it with a bunch of MP3s in it. Who does that? They don't compress. Don't put them in there. Yes, Dexter says back when you had expansion slots in your Mac. Yeah. And they were like normal. New bus is fine. It's nothing special, but yeah. I do have, let's see, I've got a couple of weird cards for this thing. Like I said, there's the SATA card that I tried. This guy. I've also got a FireWire card. Nothing special, just a FireWire card. Which is cool. Like, that's like my only FireWire thing. I have like no FireWire stuff. I picked up something weird a while back. Let me make that. Let me go to the A cam here. I picked this up a while back. This one's fun. I believe it's a prototype board. It's not rare. You can pick these things up once in a while. They show up on eBay. But it's, I believe it's a video editing card that Apple never released. Because those two Trimedia chips, these are both encoders. For, I want to say MPEG? MPEG-1? Maybe Motion JPEG? Whatever the standard that DV video was using. And these have their own RAM on the back. You can see here, there's the RAM for them. This chip here also, whatever this thing is, it's got some, I think, EDO RAM on the back. Not a lot, it's not a ton. But it's got its own RAM. It's a little Texas Instruments chip. Copyright Apple's probably something proprietary. But it's got this great honkin' connector on the back here. This is not SCSI. This is something else. There's a lot of pins. It's way more than 50 pins you'd see on a SCSI connector. And then of course on the front you've got, like, you know, 2 FireWire something. That's not S-Video, that's something else. And then they look like SDI ports, but they're probably not SDI. But yeah, this is a weird board. I don't know what it is. From what I've looked up on it, because like I said, these aren't super rare, not a whole lot on this works. The Trimedia chips and this Apple chip here need drivers, and the drivers don't exist. But I think the FireWire interface works. It's a weird board. It's a weird board. I don't know what it is, and I'm excited to find out now that I have a booting 7275. And then the other thing I have for it is a video card. It's an X Micro twin turbo. These were pretty common accelerator boards. This is it purports to do 3D. It doesn't. It's definitely a 2D accelerator board. But it is one of the faster ones out there. This is the X Micro Ultimate Res, with of course like just boatloads of VRAM for high resolution, high color depth. But yeah, this is that's a fun little video card. Outputs in VGA and Mac monitor. So yeah, I might bring this with me to, heck, we could try this tonight. Once this thing finishes unzipping, we'll see if this makes Quake go any faster. It's not gonna accelerate Quake, right? Like, this is a 2D accelerator, but it might be faster than the onboard video, that's for sure. I would expect it to be faster than the onboard video. If it makes it faster, I'll bring it along with me. Oh, Jack68K says, see, now if you had Stuff It Deluxe, you could have just extracted part of the archive you want. Does that work with zip files? Because I know that works with Stuff It files. Like, you can drop it into Stuff It Deluxe and then open the archive up and just pull out the stuff you need. But does it work with zip files? I didn't think there was like a good, like, 7-zip doesn't exist on macOS, on classic macOS, where you can just open the zip file and just pull out the things you want. Jack68K says, I have the X Micro Mediocre Res video card. I can't imagine it was a fun time trying to make video cards for the Mac. You know, especially if you're like a small team like X Micro, right? Like, you've got ATI making cards, you know, for a while Nvidia made cards for Macs, and I imagine it was tough. It was tough to get a foothold. Almost done. Look at that. Oh, it's a toast image. Why is it a toast image? Just put the folder in there. Nobody freaking cares. Oh my god. Nobody wants a perfect bit level copy of the Quake CD. No one freaking cares. I bet this doesn't have toast on it. Nope. I bet I deleted toast. Whoops. Are you kidding me? It's a fucking toast. Making me angry. Making me angry. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Blake DMC says there's even 3D effects for Mac, going all the way up to the Voodoo 5. It's true. Yeah, well, no, let's just go straight to the garden. Martin says virtual CD mounter was on the image. Yeah, of course it was. I deleted it, along with 590 megabytes of other garbage. Put it in the utilities folder. That's where the good ones go. Leave the Norton tools in the garbage folder. Nobody wants the Norton tools. This'll be fun. There's like 12,000 versions of Toast on the garden. We're on an 8.6, so I think we need like Toast Titanium? I think. I appreciate it, Martin, honestly. I'm giving you a hard time, but I really appreciate you making a 761 image with a couple of games on it. Because, like, that's what people want to do with these things. I feel like. Oh my god. Give me the toast. I should just look for toast titanium, honestly. That's the memory easiest. Toast titanium. Some versions of the iMac had the mezzanine port, and it was quite interesting. You can do some funny things with that mezzanine port, which then mysteriously disappeared on later revisions of the iMac, which is unfortunate. Yeah, there were some Norton utilities that were all right. They're really it's really only useful though, like if you're like really honestly trying to like troubleshoot a physical hard drive, you know. Which I mean, maybe you are. Maybe you are. You're probably not going to repair that drive. It's probably not going to survive, but could be helpful. I'm usually of the mindset to, you know, if I get an old drive, I'll image it. The first thing I'll do with it, like if it works, image it. Because who knows how long it'll work. Okay. Which version will install with the least amount of garbage? I think probably download number 1 is my guess. Oh, we ran out of RAM. Super fun. Oh yeah. Blake DMC says, you know, speaking of hard drives, I might need to use some of those on my soft-modded OG Xboxes. It's a good time. Soft-modded Xbox is a nice platform. I especially appreciate if you happen to be in possession of a large number of game discs, the option where it lets you just insert the disc and it'll just image it straight to the drive, and then spit the disc out. I like that. Get out of here. And this is the other one. You could like you could download games over the Ethernet connection, I think, right? Okay, so I need 523. 501, 523 install. Here goes nothing. Please download. Oh, 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 oh. Yes. Sweet. Have a good night, Trina. It's good to have you here. I really hope this works. Jack68 says, my friend and I referred to it as Norton Futilities because by the time you got to that point, the drive was dosed. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, nice. Charlotte Thorne says the later soft mods for Xbox can load games straight from SMB shares. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Just throw them all on the NAS? Blake DMC says the funny thing, I had to soft mod an OG Xbox because it was the only way to get DLCs working. Sounds about right. That sounds about right. Dexter asks, I wonder why IE is always so slow to download stuff. Same happens in Windows. I don't know. Clearly there is something going on in Internet Explorer, in its main loop, that is slowing this down. Because, we're on a machine that's not particularly fast, but we should be able to sustain at least, 5 megabytes per second of write speed onto this SD card through the BlueSCSI. Hopefully. Of course we're not, right? We're getting kilobytes a second. That being said, it's a 75 megahertz 601. It's not a barnstormer. But I don't know what it is about IE's, main loop that it takes so long. But yeah, it's not great. Truth be told, though, if we got Netscape working on this and we were downloading the same stuff over Netscape, it wouldn't be a lot faster. These things just download slowly. You remember, this hardware's from 1995, so 130 kilobytes a second was incredibly fast. Right, that's LAN speed, just about. In fact, I bet we are limited by the onboard Ethernet. No, it's got to be a 10 base. It's got to be a 10 base T. So we'd be up to we should be able to get up to a megabyte per second out of the Ethernet. But still, this is not speeds you would normally see, right? If you were dialed up and you were downloading something in Internet Explorer on your iMac, in OS 8.6, you'd be looking at 4 kilobytes a second. If 56K modem was kilobits, so divide by 8, and you get kilobytes per second. 4.7 was pretty normal amount of, kilobytes per second to see downloading back in the day. So to get, 120 instead of 4, pretty impressive. But yeah, these machines are slow. These machines are slow. They just are. Yeah, Blake DMC says, sadly after 2010, OG Xbox DLCs are only accessible through soft modding. Yeah. Yep, modders and game pirates are actually essential, turns out, if you want to actually play games. Okay. Alright. So, let's close Internet Explorer. So it stops using up all of our RAM. Yeah, there we go. So much for that. I'll reboot. Okay, that's fine. Martin says 7.6.1 is not working for the games you want, so going to 8.1, because it needs game sprockets 1.7. That's fine. 7.6 and 8.0 are pretty much the same. You just have the appearance manager in 8.0. And 8.1 gives you HFS Plus. For the most part, unless I'm running hardware that literally cannot run macOS 8.1, I usually just stick with 8.1. You know, unless I need a feature that's not in 8.1, like USB support, I just stick with 8.1. It's a little slimmer than 8.6, and it's got pretty good compatibility, forwards and backwards. Nice. Nice. We got Duke Nukem 3D and Doom functional. Martin, you're gonna beat me. You can get this thing loaded. If you can throw it on a Google Drive, I can probably get it onto this machine faster than freaking ancient software is gonna work. I know Ron was talking about this too. Like, it's so difficult to like bring up an old Mac because there's no images available. Just to get, you know, minimum viable Mac OS on a machine. Toast audio extract. Come on, I just want to mount your stupid disk images. Oh, you know what? I bet this thing is still... Yeah, it is still calculating folder sizes. Let's not do that. That's going to take way too much processing power. What resolution are we in anyway? Yeah, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Do I need a browser? We've got 8.1 on there. If you can throw the two Internet Explorers chat on there, the 4.5 and the, I think, 5.1. I don't remember which one's going to work. I think 5 should work on OS 8, 8.1. It should have enough RAM. Okay. Beautiful. Don't copy that floppy. Thank you, Martin. It's gonna be a race now. It's gonna be a race. Alright. I think you win. Let's download this thing. Tell me there's some free space on that thing, right? Okay, good. Alright, well, let's say goodbye to this ultra janky install of 8.6. Here we go. Copying over to the SD card. All right. Eject. Thank you. Oh, I gotta change the startup disk. My bad. Have a good one, Dixer. It's good to see ya. Glad you could make it to the stream. Probably have to bless the hard drive, or bless the system file on it as well. Has been an interesting stream. Here we go. It's a Macintosh hard drive. Look at that. Fantastic. Alright, let's see. There's our system folder. System folder. System file. Beautiful. That's a good bless. Alright, let's set the startup disk. Away we go. Alright, alright. Yeah. Beautiful. Look at that gamma. Why is it set to that for a gamma? Good lord. Oh, the mouse is inverted. Oh my god. The decisions that some of these developers made when they ported things over to the Mac. Unbelievable. Mouse joystick config. Forward, backward, left, right. Like gamma's still awful. That's still definitely a choice for gamma, but yeah, it's a little better. Not exactly a smooth Quake experience. Works though. Let's do a time demo. Yeah. It's also, as you said, it's using game sprockets, which not the greatest. Not the greatest game library in the world. .9 FPS. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ah. Ouchies, ouchies, ouchies. That's much better. Oh, we still got we have our virtual memory on though. Let's turn that off. That's gonna make things run a little faster. And I don't have a driver disk for that X micro card. I wonder if it needs it. I'll just throw it in there, will it work? Let's reboot with no virtual memory. Ouch, ouch, ouch. We got lots of haters in the chat. Mac gaming was never great. That's false. It's 100% false. Mac game ports were frequently extremely awful. But like, how many times have you gotten a game ported from console to PC and it was phenomenal? Like, I don't know, half a dozen times? That's how porting games to the Mac was like. But there were plenty of Mac developers who made their own games before the platform with the platform's strengths. One of these days I want to do a video on them because there are some really unique games in there. They're just, you know, because PC people never heard of them. They're not real games, but like they're still fun to play and they run really well on the hardware. So Martin asks, which card do you have? I have this one. It is the X Micro. The X Micro Ultimate Res. There should be drivers for it out there. Like, this was a fairly common upgrade for the Power Macs, I think. I'm gonna throw it in and see what it does. Ah, Blake DMC. Hot take. Mobile gaming is also real gaming. Because if you're playing a game, you're interacting with the game developer through their game, you're gaming. Now, to be fair, like, there are some super awful mobile games out there that basically don't do anything except to, you know, lighten your wallet. And those, not so great. Not a big fan of those. But just as a rule of thumb, the platform that you play your games on doesn't determine whether they're real games or not. We are plugged into the X microcard. I've installed 0 drivers. Got at least basic boot with no driver. That's nice. Okay. Link is in DM. Alright, let's see. Do I have enough RAM to run this now? 20 megs free. Yeah, that should be enough RAM. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't turn TCP/IP on, didn't I? My bad. Oh, this is still going to be set to render after every image. Maybe not. Alright. Oh, you have a link, that's right. Ah. That's a new one. I've actually never gone to that one. Custom drivers allow for 720p. Wow. Nice. Oh, this is so much nicer. Ah, 8.1. So much better. I guess we'll try it. The one with the long row of black chips on the card. I mean, there's 3 rows of black chips, but I guess, sure. That's VRAM. That's called VRAM, my friend. Whoever wrote that README. That is called VRAM. Alright. I need the system folder. And then I need the... We'll do that one. No, no. Ugh, that's gross. Alright. See if this works. Apparently it was already in there. It's very green. Is this RAM deck having a good time? Yes, it's not loading that driver. Also, why is it green? Yeah, the thing is, there's like 4 versions. Oh, it's still green. There's like 4 versions of the X Micro 128. I want to see if the 8.6 one works. Just for the heck of it. Probably not, but we'll give it a shot. I'm not sure why this is turned minty. I'm guessing it's my VGA capture, honestly. It still doesn't like it. Oh, actually worked pretty well. Still minty fresh. Something weird with the gamma on this one. It's a little greener than it needs to be. I guess we'll find out if this is the card or not. This is the first time I've tested this card, so you never know. Always an adventure. Alrighty, let's try. I'm going to grab the other two drivers that are up there for X Micro and see if either of those works. Two at once! Multitasking! That's promising. That's very promising. A branded installer. Very promising. It doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. Oops. Guess we'll find out. This is a weird card. I have a lot of weird cards. It's a lot of X micro extensions that are not loading. Looks like none of these are the correct thing. Looks like OWC has them. Yeah, it's Yep. And that's the thing, is like, it says twin turbo on the chip, but it is an ultimate res. So I think it needs different drivers. And there are specifically ultimate res drivers here. So I think this is the one we need. Now I just gotta get it onto this machine. Gotta use my internal web server. Okay, let's see if that works. I'm gonna delete all these X3D extensions. Or disable them in Extensions Manager. Whee! Okay. There we go. So like that's over my LAN, right? Like that's from that machine to that machine. 130k a second. There you go. That's it. That's the fastest it'll go. Bottlenecks in the hardware. Alright. I'm gonna try the middle version. There's the 1.0, there's a something else, and then 2.0. I'm gonna try this one, because I don't know what version of macOS this is expecting. Oh, have a good night, HC. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. There you go. System 761. Perfect. Do it. Go. I don't think it's going to fix the green thing. I think that's just my cable connection's just a little weird. Off we go. Fingers crossed. Oh no, I did it. What did I do? I wiggled it. Shouldn't have wiggled it. Plug this straight into the VGA instead. Shouldn't have wiggled it. That's better. Still minty fresh. We have a resolution change. Look at that. We have quite the resolution change. Well now. You're right, the green has gone, which is very nice. Love to see it. The big question, though, is Quake any faster? Somehow I doubt it. You know what I should do, though, is turn off the damn control strip, because that always messes up game performance. Let's go! Oh no! The refresh rate's too high. Shoot. Crud. Crud, crud, crud. Quit, just leave, quit. There you go. It sets too high of a refresh rate. X-View. My gosh. What is... Display controls. Alright, alright. Yeah, it goes up to a lot. $1280 by 1024. Millions of colors. That's a hell of a display card. Nice. Alright, let's see if we can get this game to run though. Pop back down to 640 by 4. Oh! Oh! It's all green at 640 by 480. Why? Ew. It's not at 800 by 600. Okay. Sure, sure. Auto adjust has a bad time. Okay, good, good, good. That's great. Ah, it's good enough. The question is... But this means... Because it installed the Rave driver. Cursor says massive. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Enormous! Enormous cursor! It's funny because it's also still just as smooth as like macOS cursors always are. That's so ridiculous. Okay, can I get this to like not run at 85 hertz? Yes. Yes, I can. Phenomenal. So green! It's so green! Oh my god! Oh, shush. Shush, shush, shush. God, why is it so green? Well, it doesn't really seem to be really any faster, but I guess we'll try. See what it does. Oh, maybe. Who knows? To be fair, like, a Pentium 75 isn't going to be marvelous at this game, either. Sync on green is on. Maybe. I don't remember if I turned on sync on green. Let me take a look. Exactly the same frame per second. 12.8. In fact, we lost a frame. We were at 12.9 before. Alright, let me get that sync on green turned off. We'll see if that helps. There you go. Good call, Martin. It is no longer green. In fact, it looks pretty good, except for the line skip. God. Also the... Why? 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 Is it at least... Okay, well it's at least the correct way around when mouse look is turned on. Jeez. Game sprockets. Freaking... I'm curious though, because it installed that Rave driver. Does it actually do 3D acceleration? I'm real curious. save changes to your game? No. What? Let's try it. This is impressive. This thing will do 3D acceleration. Let's see, what's a good rave game to try? Bugdom is probably a bit too much for it. I guess there's... I thought there were some quick draw 3D demos we could run. I'm just watching the concurrent view count just drop and drop. We've played Quake. We've run it with the other 3D accelerator, or with the other video card. It's done. The interesting part of the stream is over. I understand. I understand. I need to know, though. I need to know. Nanosaur, I bet will run. It's pretty easy. It's like Turok levels of complicated. Well, I appreciate it. I'm sorry it's 4 a.m. there. You've been up for a while. Oh, jeez. Getting a big storm, huh? A lot of copies of it. Download number 2 is the demo. This probably won't run. I will betcha. Wow. Well, hopefully you stay safe. Yeah, right? I mean, it's like... It's literally, it's like Turok levels of graphics. Like, if anything's gonna work, it's gonna be this, right? I hope, I think. I guess maybe Bugdom is older. We could try Bugdom. Apparently Nanosaur was from the studio that brought you Bugdom. So, making the mistake of downloading while attempting to render another page. That's not awful. That's not awful. Is it just a Mystique? It's not like a G450 or anything? I am! Hello, GetBomb. We are still going. We've got Quake working. Thanks to Martin, honestly. Martin figured out some good images to boot this thing from. But, it works! The BlueSCSI works! The Power Mac 7200 is running. And apparently this wild video card that I've got for this thing is 3D capable. So we're going to see. We're going to find out. Let's see if I can run some Nanosaur or some Bugdom on it. See, the thing is, I am nerd sniped right now by my own computer, because I am missing my weekly VR thing that I usually go to. Like I'm like 3 hours overdue for it. But I need to know if it works. I need to know if it works. Oh God. Oh God. IE, stop. Stop. Demo version 114 is the 4th download. Okay. Request is sent. Closing this godforsaken webpage. Good Lord. Uh-oh. Oh, now I did it. Now I did it. Oh. Oh, it recovered. Yay. Okay. Oh. Gutbomb says, we need to talk about NetAtalk sometime. Yeah. I need to reinstall it on my home server. It's been a while. Now this is the sad part, right? Like, now that we're downloading 2 things at once, we've gone from 130k per second to 30k per second. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Gutbomb says, I do all my downloading on my modern machine and put the files on my NetAtalk AppleShare file server. I don't currently have it running, but yeah, I should probably turn my NetAtalk back on. Alright, I'm going to cancel Nanosaur because it's going to take forever. Let's see if we can get more speed. Out of Bugdom, maybe? Boy, it just doesn't want to go, does it? There we go. Get it to stop downloading stuff to the desktop, because it has to refresh those stupid icons over and over again. It's just too slow. I just does not want to download quickly tonight. Oh, Gutbomb asks, are you doing this through a NIC or the Wi-Fi on the BlueSCSI? I am doing this through the onboard Ethernet. Because this is 7275 and it's got onboard regular old Ethernet. I think this is 10 base T. Okay, finally, we've got the Bugdom demo. Fingers crossed. This'll do something. It is. I think the garden has decided to say no to all of my downloads. There we go. Whoa! Well, that's a crash. That's a heck of a crash. Wow. Make sure y'all can see the blinking lights on the BlueSCSI. It's important. Oh, that totally didn't unzip, that's why. That did not actually... That did not unstuff correctly. That would explain that. Oh no! Have a good night, Gut Bomb. I hope you feel better. I feel a little silly now because it is like, it's 9 o'clock here. I am 3 hours over when I usually stop these streams. I just want to see if it does a thing. One sec. Hello? Hello. Congratulations. Come on! Unstuff faster! Let's go! Martin says I should do more streams. I mean, I have so much stuff I can throw on stream. It's kind of ridiculous. I'm set on streams for a while. Quite some time. Okay, let's see if this thing does it. I'm not anticipating anything actually working with this. But I'm really curious. Really, really curious. That's what I thought. It doesn't. Oh wait, it actually just says it needs QuickDraw 3D 1.6. Okay. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. 3 hours over already. Oh, whoops. Wrong one. Run some Duke 3D.
Let's rock.
No! We're not going for 4 more hours. No!
That's the paper machine of my ride.
Okay, where is... Give me my mouse control. Yes. Oh yeah! Look at that! See if we can get some better video resolution out of this. Yeah, okay.
Hail to the king, baby.
Not bad. Not bad. I mean, it's not a like life-altering machine, but like it's a 601 at 75 megahertz. It's not terrible. All right, y'all. It has been a heck of a stream. Heck of a stream. I appreciate y'all for sticking with me. It's been a long stream. But yeah, we got it done. We done soldered a BlueSCSI. And yeah, it works. It's pretty great. Alright, y'all. Have a good night, and I hope y'all get some rest, and have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And I will catch y'all in the next one. May the PC parts be ever in your favor. Have a good night.